and outline the work that will happen in our upcoming meetings. So you'll see up here that there are 3 different sections of this task force with the roles and responsibilities. We have the governor's office, the task force members, and the Hunt Institute. The governor's office acts as the convener. So they're the ones that brought us all together and identified the task force members. You, as the task force members, will have an opportunity to participate in these meetings, provide your expertise in the conversations that we have, and also utilizing your knowledge and your experiences to really help us understand the best ways to move forward in the different areas that we're speaking about in each of the meetings. We will also be learning from experts at each meeting, and we will use all of your experiences, your knowledge, your discussions, and the information you learn from the experts in order to formulate some recommendations at the end of our time together. As the Hunt Institute, our role is to be the authors of the final report, which we will pull directly from the recommendations and conversations that you have during these task force meetings. And we'll really be looking at how do we strengthen the teacher retention and recruitment in North Dakota in that final report. And then we will also support you in structuring your recommendations. So we will not write the recommendations. We will not lean in on what the recommendations should say, but we will be here to support you in the actual structure of the way that the recommendations are put together. We do have several meetings coming up. On June 3rd, we will have another in-person meeting, and that will be related to creative compensation. And as part of that meeting, you will be developing recommendations. On August 28th, we will have an in-person meeting where you will review the draft of the task force recommendations and provide feedback on the recommendations. And then finally, on September 30th, we will deliver the final report to the governor's office. So just to give you an idea of how the recommendations are structured. So for instance, this would be an example of a recommendation from strengthening from the Blue Ribbon Commission that was similar to the work that you're doing that we did in Missouri. So one of their recommendations was to increase the starting pay for teacher salary. And then from that, you can see where there's context for where that comes from within statute. They also then will pull in some information that is related to that. So here, finding the average starting public school teacher salary in the state, identifying where that falls in the national average, and then also identifying different information that would be critical to understanding why this recommendation is important. You will notice that all of those are hyperlinked, which means that anyone who reads this report would be able to click on those hyperlinks and go directly to that information to get the source document, so that they would be able to verify the information that's included in the recommendation. They would also then give the recommendation, like where it says, with the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education in August 2022, 58% of teachers and 61% of district leaders indicated that an increase in teacher base salary is essential. So we'll try to include information that we gather as part of the State Teacher of the Year listening session that we're also going to be hosting. So we will pull in information from that as well to make sure it's contextualized for the practitioners in the classrooms. And then finally, we'll end with acknowledging that there are many factors that impact retention and recruitment. The commission believes an important first step to increase the starting salary. So you can see where we went from. The recommendation was increase starting salary, and then we will build in that contextual information along with any links that would be relevant for anyone who is reading that recommendation to make sure that it is a strongly developed recommendation that goes forward in the final report. All right. And with that, I am very excited to turn it over to Dr. Shockley for a review of the data from the questions we gleaned from meeting 1.
Hello. I'm going to wait for a PDF to be shown because it's really important for the conversation. And I hope this PDF can be sent out to folks because I'm going to invite a little bit of homework. And so I'd like you to be able to refer to it after this conversation. No real pressure, but so if we could we make that, we can look at one table at a time. If we make that table kind of big. So during the last task force session, I was listening to the questions you guys posed with each other and identified opportunities where I could at least provide some data related information, some guidance that you could work from. So this table is a first stab at illuminating those 10,300 licensed individuals who are actually not working in schools or districts. And so the statistic came from the 2022-2023 school year. And I went and found those individuals, I had their license number and I went looking for them to see what they were up to. So that we could at least learn a little bit about this population of people not actually working in the field in the state. And so, yes, and if they were working in another state, I won't know it. So this is just what we're working with. So some people could be in the field in another state. On the left-hand side, you see the basic outcome that I'm categorizing them as. So the first outcome, no North Dakota K-12 ed work. That means I just didn't find them anywhere doing anything. But importantly, that's since 2006, 2007, because the data just doesn't go that far back. So this can include people who are retired and they just haven't worked in a long time. That's why I break it up by age group, because obviously we don't want to bring long retired people back in. That's not a sustainable model. So we'll get into the age breakouts in a moment. Other people, they weren't working in 22, 23, but they did start working this school year. So that's cool. Other people, they had worked previously, but they took 22, 23 off and they returned this school year. That's nice. And then everyone else, I categorized the last time they were working in a school or district. And so you can see, I didn't break out every year ever. I kind of broke out recent years. And then the last category is, having worked somewhere between 16, 17 and 06, 07. So it's been some time for them. So you can see the percentage breakdown of how these people shook out. But then when you look at the age group categories, here I have the raw counts. This is what I invite you all to do is to reflect a little bit on these numbers and think, is there a cell, so like one of the values of individuals or one or two or three that you want me to make some attempt to dig deeper on? I can't make any really strong promises because it's limited what we can know about these people. I don't know where they are right now. I can promise you that. But looking a little bit more at their history, like those who have some work history and they left recently, what counties were they serving, stuff like that. So, probably we're more interested in some of the younger folks, as, bringing back retirees is not really a sustainable model. So you kind of look by age and you kind of look by their situation. People who have absolutely no education work at all. The only thing we can learn about them is what ESPB has collected on them. So that does not include, necessarily any place they've worked, like what school or anything, because they didn't end up working there. So maybe it's more fruitful to focus on people who worked and left. Just something for you all to think about. But, you might be interested in some of the younger age groups under certain conditions, left recently. So I invite you all to think a little bit more about this table. And if there's cells you're interested in, for example, you don't have to go with this group, just as an example, the folks who last worked in 21, 22, who were ages 25 to 35, that's 225 people. Maybe that's a group of people you're interested in learning more about. And you can just let me know and I can see what can be done. So this is an ongoing conversation. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Shockley. Can you just clarify so I make sure that I'm understanding the started 23 to 24 and the returned 23 to 24? Like if you look at under 25, you have 329 and then 6. Can you just clarify what you mean by returned? I think know what it means, but that's a big difference.
Yeah. And so it's the 6 people, it's almost negligible. It's really, and so those are people for whatever reason, they didn't work in 22, 23. But they worked before, either the year before, the year or two before. These could be people who took a little break for, having babies or something. Who knows? Or they had a different job and they said, I'd like to come back. So it's a very small group of people who are currently working, but did not work in 22, 23. And so I'm just being really literal and clear, that's how I categorize these 6 people in that really young age group. And so as you get further in the age groups, you see that category gets larger and larger. So when you're older, it's a little more common to take an entire year off, and that year just happened to be 22, 23. So yeah, when we ran the stat and got the 10,300 individuals, there's just so much nuance in that statistic. And now I think this is nice because it really illuminates that some of the people weren't lost forever. We got them back just the next school year. So when I say returned, and they could have, the last time they worked could have been a lot of different times, could have been the year before or further back. I just didn't want to overly complicate the table. So I made that group a little simple. Yes.
No K-12 ed work, that's a large number. I assume that includes like interim licensures or substitute licensure. So not a
it's-
full licensed staff.
So it can, but not necessarily. So this is a teaching license. And so an interim substitute license is technically categorized a bit differently. And yeah, I think interim substitutes were actually not consistently recorded so DPI is actually moving the direction of like more reporting of people in that role. So, DPI actually has the data on those people's credentials, but they're not really treated in the same way. So these are people with a straight up traditional teaching license. So, I mean, and they can have all kinds of endorsements, and they can be principals, they can be instructional coaches, they run the gamut. But yes, so there's people who, if they have something that's technically under the level of qualification of a traditional teaching license, they're not in this analysis.
That's not inclusive of substitutes at all. And that's a much more significant number.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so I'm going to jot down that you're asking about this, and I can sort of see what could be done about those folks. I've only started to understand that slice of the data very recently. And see where we can go with that.
Well, and I don't think, just for clarification, I don't think the substitutes are germane to the conversation, but I think the fact that that's not inclusive of substitute teachers is an important fact.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep, this is the core workforce.
John?
That top number, North Dakota K-12 ed work, do we know where those people live? Like, is this residents of North Dakota, this data pulled, or is this just a person that has a North Dakota license, but maybe lives in the Philippines, or maybe lives in Arizona, or is there a way to tell where these people are physically located in any capacity?
So we have the address that they used when they got their license. So in the ESPB data, they are affiliated with an address, but they could have moved to the Philippines since then. So it just reflects that snapshot data point in time, and maybe when they renew their license, their address gets updated. So it's something that can be looked at, but we would have to understand the limitation that it may not be the freshest data point. People can relocate. And so it might still be interesting, but that's limited because they're not working anywhere. I don't get to say where they're rooted right now, or they were at the time that they're employed at the school.
Sam?
I just wanted to add to that point that at least I'm coming at this from a statewide longitudinal data system perspective. We could at least identify if they're working in the state of North Dakota, using driver's license information, we may be able to know where they're living, but outside of that, if they moved outside of the state, it's almost impossible.
Jenny?
And I might mention, I hope we're not muddying the data, but I know at least at UND, we recommend that all of our graduates get a North Dakota license first because it's easier to transfer out of state. So there might be some of those people too, right? That got a North Dakota license only intending to transfer it to another state and get licensed in that state. So, I mean, that's probably not a huge amount of them, but it's possible that
Some
that's part.
context.
Yep.
So yeah, think about those cells. It seems like there's some curiosity about the 1,285, and I can continue to talk to Sam about looking at these folks a little more closely. And yeah, if they're working in other sectors, would be good to know, Sam can find out if they have wages. So if we know they have wages, but they're in North Dakota, but they're not in our schools, that tells us something. As opposed to if they're missing from the data, they either don't have wages or they don't live in state, right? So yeah, I can move on to the next table in the interest of time.
Ellie, before you
oh, yeah,
do, one more
sorry.
question.
Thank you. Great information. The question I have for you, I guess I'm looking around the room. What percent of the teachers that retire renew their license? Do you have, is there any idea or any, like, for example, when I look at those up there, 65 and up, would we be able to tell, no, are those ones that currently have a license or?
We can see what their status is. A lot of them have lifetime licenses.
Oh, okay. So that's
So then you don't have to renew anymore at a certain point.
okay. Just curious on that. And then also statistically, what percent, do we know the age where typically a teacher retires because of the teacher retirement program or whatever? Is there any idea on that? So if we can kind of break out that, look at that 65 and up and 55 to 64, do we have a rough idea that of those 1,489, statistically, maybe half of those actually did retire? And I don't know if that's something that then we can break that 52% down a little bit more to see, just as a thought.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I have never had success accessing TFFR data, but maybe this conversation can motivate that. TFFR could probably I'm assuming somebody knows that statistic. What I know at this time I could generate is I could see what someone's age was the last time they worked. So based on, we do the September snapshot date, and the birth date is in there. So it would be like, so you would kind of just know what age they were when they last worked, and that would imply a departure date. It may not be retirement. They may have left for another reason. So we would have to say it's not a retirement statistic, but it's a departure statistic. So TFFR is going to be the best resource on their data, but departure is something that I could look into.
Dr. Shockley, just one more before you move on. Looks like 21, 22 is the highest percentage of last worked. I'm wondering if you could break that down by the county they left, just so we could see a geographical map. Is it tougher on the west side of the state? Is it tougher by a river? I mean, just throwing out some.
Yeah, there's NCS locale codes. That's how
Yeah.
like rural or urban something is. Yeah, and not to be depressing, but I think that might be because that was a tough year. Yeah. Yeah, it was the return to COVID, and we knew there was this little boost in retention at the beginning of COVID because everyone just kind of stayed in their community, and then it decreased. So yeah, if that's the group of particular interests, that sounds good.
Luke, just one quick thing. Dr. Shockley, if you need specific, just let me know what specific TFFR data you need. I might know a guy. So.
Cool. Okay. Let me take note. Alrighty. And so this is a very simple story. You can go ahead and marvel at the detail, but this is one of those things where there's this just broad overarching finding and you don't have to worry about the minutia. The question had come up in the discussion of work-life balance that younger generations are really interested in. Are part-time teachers a thing? Do people want that? Do people do that? And the answer is it's actually becoming increasingly less common. And so this is the first table that kind of explores that. And so I took the compensation data, collects data on kind of the nuanced situation someone's in. So the left column, teacher at one school only, assigned to several schools, et cetera, that's in the compensation report. And to be clear, these people are literally teachers. So this particular chart does not include instructional coaches and stuff like that. I thought that the question was really about teachers, so I stuck to that. But then so this kind of categorical designation of whether you're full-time and part-time. And if you're full-time, if you're really kind of part-time gigs stitched together, you see that over time, that traditional or kind of stereotype of a teacher is that you're full-time and you're at one school only. That is increasing over time. So that's becoming more common, and all the other formats are becoming less common. So I couldn't say if teachers want part-time positions or not, but they're less and less available. And then if you scroll down to the little tiny table underneath, which supplements this information, it's just kind of a different way to think about it. So, so zeroing in on the part-time people, so they're a part-time teacher only, or they're a part-time employee who teaches and performs other duties. I looked at the FTE for those people, the average FTE. And you see that for part-time teachers, even though they're less and less common, they tend to hover around the same average FTE of about, 0.57 over time. So that's not changing, even though there's fewer of them. And then for the part-time employee who teaches and performs other duties, actually that's increasing over time. So that kind of position is becoming closer and closer to a full-time position. So again, I feel like this kind of reiterates the broad pattern that variants of part-time teaching are decreasing, and we're kind of consolidating to the more traditional model. And I don't know this for sure, but it's an interesting hypothesis that the way some rural teachers are actually assigned with whatever the ITV or whatever it's called, where those positions may be decreasing for I only know anecdotes, so I don't want to overspeak to anecdotes, but I know some schools are getting rid of those positions, maybe for just financial reasons. So that might play a role in the decrease of the serving multiple schools thing. I don't know. But anyway, so that's what I have to share about the part-time question.
Any questions on part-time information or data? Rob?
Did you have an idea on, did you correlate this to experience of teachers? Typically, those part-time teachers are retired people or people coming back to work and are serving as in part-time capacity, where a newer generation question might relate to, is that something that would entice a less experienced person to continue to work or to come into the field if a part-time position was available? So I think those are two different questions.
That's a really great question. I did not. And experience is actually trickier to measure than you might think, because a lot of times the question is just left blank. And then I don't know. And it defaults to 0, which is not the same thing as blank. So one way I sometimes measure experience my own way is just looking where I find them. When did they start? When did they end? I create my own measure. So it requires a lot of kind of deliberate thought. So if you're interested, if it illuminates stuff for you guys, I can put a little more thought into that question. I guess it depends on how much you guys want to dig into the part-time idea. If you think it has, if this is a trend you want to reverse, right? If you want to make part-time positions available or something like that. Yeah, let me know and I can think more about it.
I believe pretty strongly that we have several teachers that want part-time work. And so seeing this and seeing that part-time jobs are going down, I can only speak to that anecdotally too, but I have a great ease hiring people for my part-time positions from schools because they want to work part-time. I mean, it's very easy for us to do that. I wonder if you would be able to use, DPI has ND jobs. I'm not sure if NDCEL would let you see some of their data, but I'm wondering if you could look at just the number of applicants for part-time versus full-time. If Joe can get you ND jobs, I don't know if Amy would be able to get that same kind of access for ed jobs, but it seems like that would be a really good question to ask. Is there a difference between part-time applicants and full-time applicants?
Yeah, it's interesting. I've never accessed that data before, so I'm certainly open to it. And yeah, if there's a mismatch between supply and demand, it's definitely worth exploring, in my view.
Any other questions on part-time?
I just think I want to, reaffirm it. I think it's important to not, put a focus on our return to work teachers. That's a Band-Aid.
Mhm.
Where if there is interest in part-time teachers, for a longer period of time or in a certain part of their careers, I think then that could move the needle a little bit for North Dakota schools, as opposed to, like I said, the Band-Aid of return to work teachers. That's just kind of treading water.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's important. All right, well, I'll be around.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shockley.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shockley. We really appreciate the data and also the great conversation that it generated. During our next session, we will hear from state and local experts on the current context of teacher turnover and educator retention in North Dakota. These experts will discuss critical issues related to teacher retention and tools used to measure and address the problems in the state. Our moderator for this session is Maria, who is the governor's policy advisor. And we are very excited to turn it over to her to moderate this session.
Thanks so much, Maureen. I know that Katie's going to kind of get some things set up here, but I think we have an excellent group of experts, some that I've had multiple conversations with and some that I just recently met. So thanks, Sam, for joining us to discuss the current strategies for teacher retention, such as evaluation tools to inform professional practice and support. So thanks to Nathaniel and Nathan, sorry. For some reason, I'm seeing Nathaniel and I don't know why I'm seeing Nathaniel. So sorry, Nathan. Okay, well, and Aaron and Sam. So I'll try to make sure that I'm giving eye contact when it's your turn. But Sam, we'll start with you. And so you recently completed some research on examining trends in teacher retention patterns in the North Dakota State Longitudinal Data System, or known as SLEDS. What trends should the task force be aware of when considering recommendations for strategies to keep high quality educators in the profession?
Sure. First off, I want to thank whoever picked that picture out for me, because that isn't me, but they have much better hair than me. No, they look much better than me, though. I appreciate it. The trends that I'm noticing, so a little bit of background, I work with the North Dakota Department of Information Technology as a data scientist, primarily working with North Dakota Statewide Longitudinal Data System. So that's our system in North Dakota that collects K-12, post-secondary workforce data and can kind of join it all together. So in January, I posed the question to the ESSA Implementation Committee at DPI to look at particularly the trends in teacher retention and as regards to wages. It kind of was a anecdote, just kind of the notion that teachers were leaving because they were finding better paying jobs elsewhere. The research that was recently completed, I know Maria's seen it, I know Ellie's seen it. I don't know if it was sent to this group at large, but it certainly can be. Basically showed that over time, so looking back from about 2008 through present, teachers are leaving progressively earlier. But particularly, I guess, kind of the interesting trends that I noticed as a former teacher myself who's in this data, looking at the age group from about 30 to 45, there wasn't a whole lot of change in the trend of who was leaving until about 2019, 2020. I can't attribute that all to COVID, but it certainly appears that time something changed. Before that, North Dakota was losing teachers right away when they first joined the field within that first 5 years. And then things kind of stabilized. If you got a teacher past that first 5 years, they were generally in the field almost all the way up through retirement, with, some exceptions, obviously, but for the most part, teachers were staying. That trend appears to have changed in the last 4 years. That group from 30 to 45 is leaving at a much higher rate than they used to. The other thing that I noticed as a result of that research, retention in all age groups saw a uptick after 2020, particularly in, again, the age group of 30. Every age group saw an uptick, but the 30s saw the most severe uptick. Along with that, kind of one of the primary goals of the research was to look at wages and of the teachers who were leaving and were employed in North Dakota following their departure from teaching, on average, they were making about the same, if not just a touch less than when they were teaching. So it at least it didn't appear that teachers were leaving for much better paying jobs. I do mention in the research, it's not to say that compensation isn't a thing. I think I used the example, if kindergarten teachers were paid $1 million, everyone would be a kindergarten teacher. But at least right now, it doesn't appear that on average, everyone's leaving for more money.
Thanks, Sam. And I think we're going to dive a little bit further into that because I think that probably brings a lot of questions in our minds about like that's one of the big things that we need to figure out, right? Is why are teachers leaving the field? So thanks, Sam, for some of that insight. Aaron, so know Aaron from some previous work, so really glad to have you at the table with us. As a leader in teacher support, so the teacher support system for the state, how are schools implementing support in response to evaluation data? And how does North Dakota use educator evaluations to improve retention and build continuous improvement for schools and systems of teacher support?
Okay, thank you, Maria. So that's a really important question, and I'm not sure that I'm the best person to answer it. So I will answer it with my experience and my expertise. Within North Dakota Teacher Support System, I think most of you are aware that we offer a mentoring program. And so that mentoring program is for all first and second year teachers in the state. Within the mentoring program, we train mentors to utilize Marshall, Danielson, and Marzano teaching standards as a growth tool. So our mentors are not evaluative, but they are working closely with beginning teachers with those evaluation standards, the same standards that they will be utilized by their administrator to evaluate them later. What we have found and what we have worked with our mentors and our beginning teachers is that that is an empowering tool when it's used in that way. We work with our beginning teachers to identify the areas that they feel they're challenged in. That can be very difficult. We hear over and over again from mentor teachers that really they don't get to that until January of the first year, where a beginning teacher can confidently say, I feel like I'm here in this area of the teaching standards, and I would like to progress a little bit further. Prior to January of that first year, they need to get their feet under them, get to know their students, understand that the mentor really is not going to be evaluative, and trust that that is going to be a safe conversation. The second part is that the triad meeting. So we have a lot of different ways that mentoring goes in the state. Even though we have a state program, of course, it's like a telephone game, right? And so administrators will decide how that gets implemented within their buildings. One of the ways that we try to tie administrators into mentoring is we ask them to do a triad meeting with their mentor, beginning teacher, and themselves 2 times per year. During that triad meeting, we work with the mentor teacher to help facilitate that conversation. This is the administrator's chance to talk about, these are the areas I'd really like you to focus your mentoring around. So if there's a part of the Danielson, Marshall, or Marzano framework that the school is working towards as a whole, we have found that administrators that take those triad meetings seriously, make time for them on their schedule, keep the meeting, and are present during it, they see the movement. They see a beginning educator who, yes, this is how we do things in this building. These standards don't just show up for me twice a year and I get a little bit of feedback. These standards are how I become more and more competent as a teacher. And that, again, becomes that empowering growth tool. And so we talked firmly with our mentor teachers that they are not to evaluate. We talk with our beginning teachers that their mentor teacher will not evaluate. There's a firewall between the mentor teacher and the administrator in regard to the mentor teacher talking to the administrator about what's going well or what's not going well in that classroom. So In some cases, we've had mentor teachers that will say, my administrator continues to ask. And we say, you know what, coach them. If you're wondering, I encourage you to go in and take a look. But we need that mentor to be the person that is there to support, not evaluate.
Thanks, Erin. Just to clarify for people that may not be aware, but school districts get to choose the evaluation tool or model out of those three, correct?
Correct. And so every year we have a little drop-down menu that says, you know, do you want to, are you the Marshall, Marzano, Danielson, or I don't know. And it's amazing how many, when they're enrolling in the program, will say, I don't know. So I think that that is less as the years have progressed, but there's still a lot of work to do around this is our teaching standards and here's how they can be utilized.
Thanks, Erin. I'm gonna switch to the other side to Nathan. So Nathan, I'll have you give a little bit of maybe background of who you are, what expertise you bring to the table, but also as a partner in school improvement support, what elements of teacher working conditions can be reimagined on a state level to strengthen schools as places of work for educators? What tools are necessary to achieve this support?
Good morning, thanks. Greetings, everybody. My name is Nathan, or Nathaniel. I mean, my mom called me that when I was in trouble, so I'm already in the hot seat over here. I'm joining you from beautiful Minneapolis, Minnesota. Drove in last night. I'm the founder of Vital Network, which is a company solely focused really on the phrasing of the questions. I appreciate it, which is really how do we look at schools as workplaces, and really think about the day-to-day experiences and environments in which our adults are working. So I was in Mexico last week with my family, and I drew a picture in the sand, literally. I was thinking about the vision around education and the life of an educator. And Aaron, I'm thinking about your novice teachers getting their feet under them, as you said, and their vision is maybe just slightly out in front of them. And then a mid-career teacher, and Sam mentioned we're losing that's a place we're losing educators. Their field of vision is out slightly further, and then our retirees looking towards factors like pension and other things. So we have this kind of life cycle, and I'd say Vital, our contribution to this conversation is actually like looking straight down. And so as we look at factors like salary, which are really important, we also have years of data suggesting it's not like the motivator or single motivator. In other words, I could pay you $80,000, but if your job's kind of awful, if you're really not looking forward to going to work tomorrow, then the question is, what is your misery worth to you? And so it's 85, 62, like we're kind of playing a shell game. So I think Vital really partners with the districts with which we work to really look at like what's that sort of lived experience directly in front of us. So our core measures revolve around voice and decision making, time management, and then levels of care and support for the adults in the building and at the district. So we tend to take a very hyper-local approach towards engaging educators. And by that, I even mean even within a district, this elementary school 3 blocks away from that elementary school could be having a really disparate experience. So our work is to work at that building level and help identify areas for really organizational growth. So we don't do yoga, breathing, Taco Tuesday, and free coffee. I think all of those are a delight. And cheers to Caribou. So when we think about care and support, we're really thinking, are you a 3rd grade teacher who's gotten 5 reading curriculums in 6 years and no one asked you about it? There's no salary that makes up for that, right? I mean, so do we have systems in place, processes in place that really engage at a workforce level? So I would say one thing that Vital is pretty firm about is that we're completely unapologetic that we're talking about the adult side of the ledger. I mean, I have 2 students myself. I was a high school teacher. I love students. I want them to thrive in all sorts of manner, but I want to do that through the lens of the shared and lived experience that educators are having. And I would also mention the role of administrators in that conversation. How are they trained, developed, and coached to manage people? We tend to prep our administrators around a whole set of skills and behaviors. Remarkably, though, and it's just consistently, we don't actually think about managing people, building systems that really embraces and engages those adults. So how can we also do some mind shift in terms of just really like a deep, almost existential role clarity? Like you love these 700 students, but you actually really work for these 50 adults. So what does that look like in practice? And so that's our work. We are here in the state. We are working with a number of your larger districts already, and then partnering with Luke and others at the REA level to really think about how we impact some of these trends that Dr. Shockley shared around, also around the turnover we see in rural areas as well.
Thank you, Nathan. I think it's interesting. So we have Sam really doing a high level like research view. We have Aaron, I think, really focusing on how do we support those teachers kind of at that classroom level. And then you have Nathan, and of course it crosses over, but Nathan then really supporting on how do you build those building systems to really be a place that's thriving, working conditions in which teachers really want to be there. In order to then, I think, feel empowered to be their best as a professional. So I think it's such a great little group we have. I'm gonna ask the three of you to respond. You can choose which order. But here's kind of the question. I can certainly repeat it for you. But what resources, data, or partnerships should task force members consider when developing recommendations for strengthening educator retention? And then looking forward, what opportunities can be leveraged to support teacher retention?
Well, yeah, by all means.
Okay, I guess I lost the draw. As far as to the first question was regarding what resources are available, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
what resources, data, or partnerships should we consider?
So you're absolutely right that I'm coming at it from a kind of detached data focused lens. At the statewide longitudinal data system, again, there is a large degree of data as far as teacher retention is concerned. We've got licensure information. To the point that I made when Ellie was talking earlier, we have workforce information regarding people. So if someone left teaching, if they're working in the state and they're working for not self-employed and had some unemployment insurance reported wages, we could tell where they were working. So employment information is available, post-secondary information is available if they left to go pursue a degree or something along those lines. We'd have information like that. Yeah, but a lot of it is really the kind of hard, kind of cold information, I guess I would describe, as opposed to the, for example, like I asked when I was talking originally about the trends of teachers leaving, somebody asked me the question, okay, cool, they're not leaving for the money, then why are they leaving? That's the information that I don't have. I can tell you where they're employed. I can tell you when they're employed. I can tell you how long they were employed. I could tell you what classes they were teaching. I could tell you their class sizes. But that kind of information is kind of what the SLDS possesses.
Yeah, and I think that we might dig into that in a little bit when I open it up for questions, but thanks for noting that, Sam. Okay, Aaron?
Yes. Okay. So I was, as Nathan was talking, I thought about an opportunity I was able to be a part of last week. Doug Fisher and Nancy Frey, I think we all are aware of their work within education and Corwin Publishing, are just launching a new book called Onboarding Teachers. And one of the questions that came out of that book that beginning teachers were asking over and over again was, what does my future here look like? And I think of that, looking at the data of that 25 to 35 or 35 to 44. At what point, and we talked about this last time during our meeting, what are those leadership opportunities for teachers? What does their future look like? Are they going to teach third grade for the next 30 years? So I'd love to dig more into that because that has been a part of their research is they want to know, teachers want to know, what does my future here look like? Is this it? Do I have opportunities to grow? What would they be if I don't want to be an administrator? What could that look like? And thinking back on my own teacher retention, I stayed in the classroom for about 5 years and then I was ready, right? I just was itching for something different. I moved into instructional coaching, stayed there for 5 years, then I moved into this role. And so you think about what's next? What does my future look like? And I think that that's a really important question for us to keep in mind. As far as data around teacher retention, I gave you all some homework as well. So there's a 18-pager in your packet. And this is a little bit vulnerable for us because this was completed yesterday. And so if you give me really difficult questions on this, I might faint, right? So this is a teacher retention report that NDTSS does every year, but this is the furthest we've ever gone with it. So we went back all 13 years that this has been a grant-funded program within our state. 13 years ago, the legislator said, this is what we need to do. And it has been done for 13 years. It's continued to grow. With Governor Burgum's support, we were able to also provide mentoring to second-year teachers in our state and not close the enrollment for all first years. And so we needed to know, does it make an impact? How can we compare it to those that aren't in the program? Dr. Shockley brought a really important point that the experience question on the MISO 3 doesn't get answered very well very often. And we've talked about different ways that maybe we can fix that. But my colleague Marika Leibel combs through each and every one of the MISO 3s and does a lot of detective work to figure out if her data, this data is correct or not. I think we can, take a look at this. I'd love for you to actually read it. That would be awesome. I know how I am with that, but it is important data, and it's showing that those who are offered the type of mentoring support that is required through North Dakota Teacher Support System are retained at a higher rate every single year. That shows that it's worth the investment. We did do a little bit of digging into who are the leavers, who are the returners, who are the stayers. What are they, why are they leaving? We can't follow them across state lines, but we have noticed that we do have pockets of leavers that leave for 3 or 4 years and come back. And I would say that our best guess too is they're leaving to have families and they're coming back. I think it's really exciting what Dr. Leck is doing with the daycare, because we hear over and over again, I can't afford to be a teacher and put my 4 kids or 3 kids or 2 kids in daycare. So those are going to be items that are important for us to consider. But yes, we do have a lot of data right here that we can take a look at. And as Maria had already pointed out too, it's not required to be in the mentoring program. But if teachers are getting that type of support, the person that is the one-on-one support, the person that's coming in and observing and giving feedback, and it's not evaluative, it's empowering, we're seeing that they stay longer. It'll be really exciting to be able to take this cohort that's been in 1 and 2 years to see how that impacts next, and that will be our next step. So I would offer this as data, and as you read it and have questions, please reach out to Marika or I, and we would be happy to take a deeper dive into it with you.
Thanks, Erin. And I do want to note for our legislators and friends in the room, the bang for your buck on this one is great. I think the data shows it's really making the right investment in people. And I think that second year that Governor Burgum gave with GEAR funds really came out of COVID, knowing that first year for those new teachers was not a normal year. but knowing that 1 year is probably not enough to just let them go and swim. And so super grateful to Teacher Support System for standing that up. Nathan, I'll let you respond and then we'll start to open for questions.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is a great, we're in it right now, right? I mean, kind of trying to figure out what is this experience that educators are having and what has that impact. So Aaron's mentoring program on paper and then in practical terms is impacting, young educators and extending their work, which is another conversation. Even what is a retained educator? I taught for 12 years, considered quitting after 3, after 5, after 7, after 10, and at 12. So I was actually re-recruited at least 5 distinct times in my career. And so I think this idea of re-recruitment is even something that we need to really play with. I have a superintendent in a rural school in Nebraska. He had an ag teacher, had 3 job offers on the table. She sat across the table from him and just said, "What are you going to do to retain me?" And he had no answer. He could talk about pension. He could talk about salary. I mean, but that wasn't what she was asking. Like, what if I choose you? How are you going to continue to choose me? And so I think from a statewide perspective, I know that the data that we gather from Vital's perspective, and we've already met with Dr. Shockley to think about how we can over time, continue to play with the data that we already are gathering, is to answer the question, well, if it's not money or it's not this or it's not this, what is it? And I think we do have decades of research suggesting that this thing called job satisfaction, which is sort of a wide aperture, is kind of the motivator. We're finding with our North Dakota districts that everything from, if you wanted to be like unbelievably innovative as a state, provide complete college debt relief to all educators after 5 years of service, have low or no interest rates on home loans. Like if we're thinking, because I think what we're really starting to understand better as a profession is that there's teaching, which people typically love. And Aaron, I'm sure you see this when people get over that hump and like, oh, I am good at this and I love it. So there's teaching and the growth of teaching and the practice of it. But then there's the job. And those are 2 different things. The job is a faculty meeting that goes an hour and a half isn't a complete waste of your time. That's like the job. Or parent-teacher conferences that are really, I don't know, disorganized or chaotic or stressful. Like, so there's the job and there's working with your own team, adults to adults. And so that whole ecosystem of that adult experience is apart from the experience being in the classroom with young people. So I was a teacher, I was an English teacher. Give me my favorite novels and a group of kids, and I am about as happy as a human being can be. That is not why I left the profession, but it's the elements of employment. And so I think as we think about the life cycle of an educator, and then even as pre-educators, what would the impact at the state level be if we told 17-year-olds, if you teach for 5 years, college is free? I mean, honestly, what would that innovation look like? But it's so base, it's not complex, it's not it's not particularly it's not rocket science. It's like, here, come do this. And so I think from a statewide perspective, if you can leverage both the professional growth and opportunities that we presented to educators, and then we look at the life that we provide educators, Rob Leck, and with the work that you've done to kind of build, what is the full employment package we're actually offering if we really pull this apart? And how do we lead on the front foot of that? That's important. Job opportunities for spouses, massive thing. Childcare, massive thing. Housing, massive thing. So as we think about growing a state that retains and recruits, can we look at the whole of that experience pre their first day of teaching and up to their last day of teaching? What does that look like?
Thanks, Nathan. I'm going to thank our experts. And I know I have probably like 3 or 4 questions, comments, thoughts, but I also want to open it to the floor because I know there's others that have questions for either our our experts or to bring, I think, as thoughts or questions for the greater task force. So I don't know, Luke, if you want to, do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay, Representative Swantek.
Thanks, Maria. Aaron, thank you for the information on the teacher support system. Looking forward to reading that. And correct me if I'm wrong, you stated that the mentorship program, by utilizing that, it really has had enhancements of retaining teachers in the profession, correct? Is there any trends that they've seen, the mentors have seen regarding what key issues have caused people to decide, you know, maybe I shouldn't be a teacher, but once they've been mentored, then they say, you know what, yeah, this is something I'm going to continue in. Is there any trends there as far as any 3 or 4 things that are really, you can spread out across the board in North Dakota regarding teachers?
So we're gathering better data as we grow, and we're utilizing some different systems to be able to really identify what mentors are working on with their beginning teachers. And the trends that we're seeing is that they are working on classroom management, they are working on building relationships, and that teachers that are struggling in those areas early on and don't see a movement towards more success in those areas are the ones that will typically often shut down, don't want to work with their mentor any longer, might become defensive. That can be a really tricky population to work with. We have advanced mentors throughout our state that have become very good at working through some of more of those difficult conversations. So in our more rural areas, we will have administrators that will say, I do not have a mentor teacher that I have in mind. Can you offer us somebody that would be a mentor teacher? And so we utilize our advanced mentors to help in those situations, and they can mentor across the state virtually. They can watch classrooms, you know, they FaceTime with their mentor teacher. They can make it work, and they like to make it work once they've gotten really good at it. So I would say that the biggest thing for our mentor teachers is that they've said that first semester is really, they don't feel like they're doing enough because they have to build that relationship, and it's slow. Sometimes a beginning teacher will come in and they're hungry for it, right? Can you imagine like mentoring Maria? She would be like, let's do this, and I want to do this, and teach me about this. But some are much more shy. And so then they get maybe a semester, if they're only being mentored that first year, they get a semester where it really feels like a good quality working relationship. They're in the teaching standards. They're learning what it feels like to progress from novice to proficient within some of those areas. And then we're hearing over and over again from mentor teachers that second year we can hit the ground running. Because we've built the relationship, they know what it's like. There's a few less requirements, so they're already like, I got this. And they're gaining that confidence and momentum. So I would say that the teachers who are mentored and are seeing that they can't make that move, it's within the personality, it could be within the culture of acceptance within the building. It really makes a difference if the administrator says, this is an expectation of our school that you will be mentored, and you need to I will make sure that you have time to do this, and you need to make sure that you have time to do this. Because if the mentor is continually kind of dragging the horse to the water, that's not going to work. And so it really takes that whole kind of culture.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there's any statistics available. You know, we sometimes lump teachers all into one group. And what I would be interested in is the turnover or the educators planning to leave that are science, math, CTE, music, special ed. And can we have something by high school, middle school, elementary? I'm wondering if we shouldn't be targeting where it's really happening. And I'm not so certain I have seen that information to determine exactly where it's happening. So I don't know if that would be available or not. Sam?
It is. I can speak to that actually right now. By subject area, the report that I was mentioning that was recently completed does have it broken out by subject area. And if there were any other breakdowns as far as maybe you're curious, I think earlier a geographic breakdown was mentioned. I can say grouped over a number of years, there actually is a geographic pattern, not surprisingly. The northwest-ish corner has a tendency to lose younger teachers more than elsewhere. But that was also over a wide range of years when the oil boom was first starting up, so it could have changed by years. Any type of breakdowns like that, that data exists or can be made available.
I'm really terrible at asking simple questions, but I'll repeat anything here. Sam, you talked about having all the cold, hard data. Nate, it sounded more like you had affective data, like what is it that people are thinking and believe in, and what is their daily life like? So my question is there any way that we can pair those two pieces of data together? It sounds like you've got around 30%, you're working with large districts, so you've got a lot of teacher data. But the second question is, I know, Nate, you've got a contract with the state that you work directly with schools. You probably can't really help in other ways. Are there other ways, other resources that Vital could provide in terms of this? Because it seems like we've got the data side of things down really well. We don't have some of this other piece. So are there other things that Vital could help with that maybe isn't working directly with schools?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, a lot of our angle towards contributing to like the solution around retention and recruitment is sort of in that, forgive me if it's a little poetic, the liberation to care about adults. I mean, that we live in I think sort of and I'll get to your a little more. I do think we, as educators, we say that an investment in the time and the energy required to build really great places to work is somehow taking something away from students. That as if it's a finite energy source, right? And I think from our perspective, there are genetic traits of really great schools and really great districts. For example, and Luke, this is where I think ultimately Vital hopes to just be a capacity building organization. Yeah, we obviously want to give direct service to districts with which we are working, but more broadly than that, how do you extrapolate from the work that we do or our expertise and apply it more broadly? So, for example, I'd be hard pressed to name a school in the country that I would give the gold star to as a great place to teach that doesn't have really active teacher leadership groups within both the building and at the district level. Period. End of story. And I mean a high performing teacher leadership group that is listened to, that has systems in place to gather input from colleagues to inform decision making. That it is not a sit and get group that it's talked at for 45 minutes and then they go talk to their colleagues, so if I'm in the presence of a building or a district that has that, I know that I'm in the presence of a building likely to retain and re-recruit its educators. So I think even providing resources, training, and even just a lens into like the management practices, kind of the adult practices within schools, whether we're like Vital in the building or not, or in the district or not, still has value. And so I think working with at association levels, working more broadly across the state, even just to get those practices put into place, whether we survey or measure or anything, is I think it's important. But it's secondary to what are those kind of key indicators. I will mention that in the district and this is again maybe a little poetic, but for us, we really say that the presence of a negative is usually just the absence of a positive, meaning Professional development is always really an early indicator of areas for growth in every district that we start with. And some swings and misses, right? We design PD and it's not quite fitting the needs of the educators. But the better question is, well, to describe the processes, policies, behaviors, and systems you have in place that gathers educator voice to inform professional development. If the answer to that is that we don't have that, then the problem isn't PD. The problem is the systems by which we develop it. And so I think those are the kinds of sort of commonalities that are transferable, whether it's rural, urban, exurban, whatever. Those are just practices that if we can just let those sort of matriculate out throughout the state, that is a net gain. Ultimately, I would say one of our mandates that we hold ourselves to is that we don't want to be sort of part of a migration of professionals within a state or a country either. In other words, well, this district is doing a bunch of these really great practices. Let's all go there. And so that I don't think that helps North Dakota taxpayers at all. So in other words, well, okay, well, what are those core lessons or those core findings that we can disseminate so that we stand a fighting chance of keeping the teachers we have? I would say also, there's a marketing part to this. And I don't mean that in a cynical sort of way. Do parents understand how precious a teacher is? I'm using that as an example. Is there a way to broadcast that out to the world? Because if you don't like your kid's third grade teacher, if you have an image that there's 19 other third grade teachers waiting in line, that might inform how you treat that educator and create a partnership between the families and the educators. If our communities understood the degree to which an educator and the value that human being has to the community and to the school, it might really allow us to rethink even that relationship. So those are the kinds of things, Luke, I think that Vital wants to be a creative partner with the state and thinking about how it is that we can kind of get the impact as broad as possible.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just listening to everybody's conversation here, and I'm a 25-year in the classroom teacher, going on my 26th next year. And when I first started, one of the things you noticed was you went to your room and you were there all day by yourself. And today's teachers don't want that. Today's teachers don't want to be, because there's so much other stuff. If I could just go into my room and teach, like I've heard people say, be the greatest. But we're dealing with so much today in today's classrooms that aren't on the pamphlet, so to speak. Just thinking of a situation just in my room this last week or two of kids coming into my room telling, hey, the sheriff was at my house 4 a.m. My mom's with meth and all these things. That wears on teachers because you're living, you're caring about each one of those kids. And so, this idea that teachers are alone, I love the idea of a mentorship program. I think mentorship programs honestly should go through till you retire. I think, as a 25-year-old vet, I call myself a vet. But I think that we can use those days to vent and to share things that are going wrong. We're doing better in Harvey at that, but we have a little ways to go. And last week I was fortunate enough to travel down to Arizona with a group of colleagues and to the next generation workforce that Arizona State's putting on. And I can tell you, nothing looks the same, and no school ever is going to look the same. But what I saw was 100 sixth graders in a room and 4 teachers there supporting each other. And if something goes wrong, if there's a behavior issue, it's not just one teacher battling that, And to me, that's the ultimate support system. And I don't know how that works. And I'm going back in my mind because I took in so much last week. How can I make this work in Harvey? How can I make it work so that, we have 2 6th grade teachers? How can we make this work and pull in other adults to help us so that we have, A, we're not alone. B, we can build off each other's strengths. I don't know how that looks yet, but there's things in my mind right now, like, hey, in math, we can do a group lesson and then pull out different teachers and experts to help us get these things done. because I know even if you have a mentor, that's tremendous and you get them, but that mentor you don't see till 3:30 on that day, sometimes that day. If something goes down at 10:30, you're still in that room by yourself all day. And so this is an opportunity, so I've really been thinking about how, and as me as an experienced teacher, how can I help my team teacher who's probably in her 4th year? How can I help her? And so that was one of the conversations. I was just back yesterday and I'm gone again today, but just, kind of get this conversation started between us, and maybe start to do something in Harvey where we can build on this. And I don't know. I love what you guys are talking about, because when you're talking about it, my mind is like rolling into, this is happening right now. I'm living this. I'm gonna go back tomorrow and I'm gonna live these things that you're speaking of. I see teachers dropping at 4, 5 years experience. It's teachers that we have paid in our district good money for masters, and then they're gone, and they're not in the education field anymore. And sometimes I feel like we're just leaving them alone. And that's
Brett, I just want to say that I think there's a couple of factors really important to the story. And I think, and I just want to just pause on it for a minute. I mean, I think one is the external environments around our schools and in our communities, the health and mental health of our parent community. I mean, these are factors that obviously have a profound effect on our students, and then via our educators. So one of the ways I tend to look at that is that, well, therefore we have to be exquisite in our behaviors. So knowing that we can't, I can't walk each kid home every night, and but what I can do is manage my relationship with my coworkers. As an administrator, I can be really active in building an adult supportive environment. I can do. How do I work at a place? It's sort of in an MTSS model, where at the base I do no harm to my adults. Like that, I'm not even saying it's exquisite. I'm just do no harm, and then it opens up that more the creative approach towards this, and that sense of wonder that you brought back from Arizona. Like, okay, so I don't have 4 teachers, but I do have 2. How can I do? And so then we start to think about this kind of this ideation around it. But what I really love about your comment is that it accentuates, I think, for all of us working in the field, that that's what what you just described is what mattered. No one's going to say, well, this is day 50 in a row where I have been an out of control classroom and I feel horrible about myself and I feel horrible about this profession, but at least I get good dental care. I mean, that's not going to, the math isn't going to work, And so I think one last thing on that is that we also look at burnout, which we don't talk a lot about in here, but we tend to think of that as an individual's problem. You should sleep more. You should eat more vegetables. You should get more exercise. From our perspective, we think of it as an environmental cause, that it's an amount of stress that no degree of self-care is going to overcome. So Hershey Kisses in the mailbox, nice, but systems that allow me to maybe pair differently with my colleagues, whatever, that's going to be better than the thank you note, or in concert with the thank you note. And so I think when we look at burnout from Vital's perspective, is really looking at that environmental concerns as opposed to like individual behaviors.
just really, one more thing, I was just going to build off of that. When we were in this conference last week and visiting with another teacher, and, COVID was a big pushing point for teachers, obviously, but there's strong data to suggest that it started to happen well before. And the date that comes up to them is 2012. And the reason that, and it's Nathan Haidt is the book, I have to dig it up, but that was the year that Snapchat, Instagram, all these things became readily accessible to kids. And so that's been a kind of a boost there, if you will, and what's pushing teachers is because not only are you dealing with what's going in the classroom, but they come to school with these issues coming out already. So you're fighting that kind of battle too, and trying to support those kids. And sometimes, like I said, you feel like you're doing it alone. Now, when I started, I had none of that. I mean, we didn't know what phones were, but now I understand that these young kids that were coming into teaching, this is how they grew up and this is all they've seen. And so it's a beast, honestly. So thank you.
I'm a huge believer, teacher mentoring program and a great appreciation for the expansion into multiple years, and I want to recognize that. I don't want us to forget, though, that we also have other education professions that can use mentoring and supports. I think about our administrators, for example. I know, and I'm a big believer in what Vital is doing, what Vital Network and Nate, we're a partner with Vital Network, and is just seeing a great process in place. And so I want to give hats off to Nate and Vital Network. And if districts aren't involved with them, they really should be. But, you know, one of the key parts of that whole process comes to the building level administrator. And what is the role of the building level administrator? You know, we're, building level or district level administrators, we create conditions. And we need just as much mentoring and support as others. You know, I look at, to some of Brett's points, feeling like you're on an island, that's the life of an administrator, is feeling on an island. And we have to, if we really want to move the bar in the ecosystem, I think you also need to consider what's the support and mentoring process for administrators as well. And there are programs and supports that do that, but if there's a way to garner state level support with mentoring to make that more accessible for administrators, you can start to move the bar a little bit too. So I want to make sure that I put a plug in for, those aren't the only, and we need to continue to do that work with teachers, because it's obviously, the data shows it's impactful. And I would imagine you would see similar data as it relates to administrators. And I would even go as far as to school board members and, again, creating the conditions for success and what's the level of mentoring and support for those people to be able to do their jobs effectively too.
Thanks, Dr. Lecht. And I actually have that down as one of my things is I think figuring out, from Hunt's perspective and from people around the table and external, what is available, because I'm hearing that as a trend that's critical, I think, to what Nathan's talking about, what Aaron's talking about, to then, I think, really focus on the retention pieces. What supports do our administrators have to really build the ecosystem in which our professionals thrive to then best support kids? Luke, you had some questions?
Again, I had to think about how I was going to ask this question because I didn't want to sound mean. Aaron, you talked a little bit about evaluation and the importance the principal's role in evaluation plays and the coaching that's necessary from the mentors. I did hear from a principal once. He said, it's not my job to coach the teachers to get them better. It's my job to take care of the discipline, make sure that the school is running well. And he wasn't entirely wrong. I mean, he wasn't entirely wrong. But I feel bad for all the teachers that he's serving because they're not getting coaching from their principal. They're only getting it from their coaches. So the question I have is there a way that we can either provide mentoring, provide support to that building principal so that they have the time necessary to be in teachers' classrooms? I mean, Brett, you're a teacher of the year, so maybe your principal doesn't need to be in your classroom all that often, but I'll bet it'd feel great if the principal was in your room 5, 8, 10 times a year for a couple minutes at a time and gave you some feedback right after. When you pulled those kids together for that quick 3 minutes, that was awesome with itness. It was fantastic. So my question is, are there ways that we can provide supports to administrators? I'm not calling out principals saying they're not doing their job, but we can't have evaluations happen between March 1st and March 15th. Supervision is far more important than evaluation because everybody's getting 3s and 4s. So what kind of supports could we give to administrators in order for teachers to get what they really need in supervision? I don't know if anybody can answer it.
As a current high school principal, I'll do my best to answer that. I think you're absolutely right. I don't know a principal that I'm associated with that really feels like they're doing a great job, really at all of the things they're expected to do. Because you are expected to be the academic leader in the building in all of the disciplines. You're supposed to be the curriculum leader. You're supposed to be the lead disciplinarian. You're supposed to make sure that you're following the law and doing all of your reports for DPI. And you are beholden to every parent who comes storming into the office. So one of the best things that I've had the privilege to go through is the breakthrough coach training. It's provided by our REA for free, and it really does a great job of organizing your day, trying to manage the chaos, and it suggests that head principals should be in the building, in the classroom 3 days out of the week, and your secretary runs your schedule, and you do the best that you can to try to get out there and take care of your teachers. So that's the best I've got, and it's been a few years since I've went through that training, but it's been the most impactful training I've been through as a principal. And again, there's not a lot out there. You're kind of on your own. And the worst part of it, anytime you do have to do anything, you leave your building and you come back to all kinds of issues and everything else going on throughout the day. So that would be a suggestion that I would have, is try to expand access to the breakthrough coach and try to get teacher or principals into it. And, you know, trying to gain that support, because part of the breakthrough coach is also sending out letters to parents and making them aware of what the job the principal has. Many administrators have doctoral degrees and terminal degrees, and you would never go down to your pediatrician and demand to see them right now. It's not going to happen. It happens every day in my office. And so people have to understand that we are busy doing other things. Make an appointment, I will be at that appointment. Okay, but we can't operate in this constant chaos of being pulled in every direction. So breakthrough coach does its best to try to alleviate that. Now, obviously there's always emergencies. I had a student with a seizure yesterday. You got to go, you know, so anyway.
Luke, I want to try to answer that question too with my previous comment. I think the state level administrator mentoring program is the answer to that question. And not just the answer to that question, but more broadly, lots of different areas. You know, oftentimes we operate in triage, and being able to lean on others, some that have more experience, or maybe some that are just going through similar experiences, that you can lean upon, are going to lend you to those solutions. So I think there's a lot of benefit that would come from some level of state support for our administrators to see a 2-year mentoring program as well. I think the return on investment would be fairly significant. We are putting administrators into, you know, early career leadership positions much faster than we were 15, 20 years ago. And so making sure that they have the support that they need, I think is really crucial to answering that particular question. Because you don't know what you don't know. And when you're thrust into that position, you know, to not have any support and just live on that leadership island, that's a tough place to live. So I would say that's probably the best answer to that question.
I'll do Aaron and then Jim, and then I know we probably need to wrap up Maureen. I'm gonna do a little bit of a summary after Aaron and Jim.
I am not an administrator, so I'm not even gonna go there, because I applaud your job. I see my husband come home every night, and that is a tough gig. So thank you for all of what you do. There was a couple of questions. So we talked about, like, what does my future here look like? And the second question that is bouncing around in my brain right now is another question that teachers were wondering: who is my team? And so as I've been listening to these comments, instructional coaches come to mind, right? That is another group that I think in healthy circumstances, healthy situations, healthy cultures, can be a support for the administrators, can be an additional support to that. Maybe the mentor is not there, but the coach is there. And so I think those types of things in the coaching's pretty new, and I think that we could still lose it, right? And so I have to I have to throw that out there too, that instructional coaches, hearing what they're doing, hearing how they're supporting administrators, supporting teachers, not only in beginning, but all the way through their careers. Because you want feedback. Even Brett Doctor here, you know, I would assume if we just left him dry, high and dry and gave him no more feedback for the rest of his career, that wouldn't feel very great. So.
And I was just gonna say, I agree with Superintendent Leck. I think support for young administrators is of utmost importance. Again, this is the Teacher Retention Recruitment Task Force, but the people in schools that have the most impact on school culture and climate are that building administrator. And unfortunately, we talk a lot about the 5-year burnout rate with teachers. I believe the rate of administrator burnout is calculated on the 3-year mark because it is extremely high at that level. So creating stability in the leadership in the school is going to ultimately create stability in teachers' classrooms and the school district as a whole.
I feel like we could go on and on with this, but I'm going to try to summarize some key things that I've heard. Again, I know there's probably better notes being collected by other people in the room, but obviously I heard a lot about administrator support and mentorship. And I'm really glad that came up because while, yes, we're talking about teachers, who's there to support the teachers, it's the building. And I really liked how Nathan kind of said, like, sometimes we think, if I put my energy and focus over here, I'm not actually focused on the kids, but you are, right? It's a direct correlation. So thanks for that. So, you know, conversations about how can this task force look at what is that administrative support that then rolls down to teachers. So love that. Role definition talked a lot about what's the role of a teacher, right? What does that look like going forward? We're going to actually hear from next the Arizona team this afternoon. So we'll talk about some different structures for teachers, but you know, what are all the different roles in a building and how do they support each other? Because I think that there is a lot of sometimes, you know, as Jim said, this is what I do. This is who I am, right? And I think there is maybe some misinformation or just misunderstanding about who's doing what and how do we all support each other towards the end goal. Heard a lot about workplace environment, you know, but we really have no great way as a state right now to survey that or track that or understand, you know, all the way from our bus drivers, all the way up to, you know, assistant superintendents or district level leadership. So, you know, is that something the task force wants to discuss further too? Is how do we start to gather that pulse of our education workforce to better correlate some of the data that Sam and Dr. Shockley have, right, that tell us some of these other factors, but how all these questions we have, like, we don't know. Which then I guess the last thing is an exit survey, you know, maybe districts do those things on their own, right? But how does that tell a bigger picture statewide of why are people leaving the field? And it's probably just a good practice to have. But I don't think I ever was asked that, and I've transitioned to multiple positions. So, I mean, I think that that's a valid thing for us to also continue to look at, but very thankful for the experts. I'll kind of hand it over to Maureen here for our next piece, but this was a great conversation.
Thanks so much, Maria. And please join me in thanking our incredible moderator and resource experts for their insightful conversation, discussion, and comments. We'd invite you now to take a quick 15-minute break to stretch your legs and get some air before we move into our next group, into our breakout groups to apply the knowledge we just learned. So we invite you to take that break and we'll see you back here at about 10:50.
Yeah, absolutely. First, let's check. Lisa, can you hear us all right?
I can hear you now. Yes. Hi.
Awesome. So our first question is to Lisa, and just hoping that you could provide an overview for us of the next education workforce, how it's influenced teacher working conditions and satisfaction since it's been implemented.
Great. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. I am Lisa Maressa Wyatt. I'm a senior director on the Next Education Workforce team at Arizona State University. Before I jump into slides around research and outcomes for our educators, with a focus on retention and recruitment specifically, especially retention, a couple of headlines. When we are sharing about Next Education Workforce, we're talking about strategic staffing, right? What you all are diving into today and in your working group. And specifically, we're talking about team-based models where there is a shared roster of learners for an educator team. That educator team could range in size from 2 to more, 5 or 6, potentially even more with extended team members. And that team shares their students at the same time. And so it's always a little tricky when we dive into these conversations. We have lots of different kinds of teams in schools. And when we say team-based models, we're speaking really particularly about teams of educators who share a combined roster of students at the same time and are located physically near each other to allow for dynamic, flexible grouping among those students, grouping and regrouping. There are a few things that happen when we start to operate in this way. One, importantly, we start to see some unlocking of shifts in instruction that are really hard to achieve in a one teacher, one classroom model. Two, we also start to see some teacher leadership opportunities emerge in really genuine ways. A lead teacher who leads that team, for example, that is responsible for the health of the team, supporting the team and figuring out how they deploy their expertise to support learners. We have seen that that helps to keep our most experienced educators who maybe don't want to go into administration in the classroom with learners where they want to be, and also opens up some leadership opportunities for them. So with all that as framing, let's go ahead and share slides. I'm going to hop through some of what we're finding in terms of retention. The data that I'm going to share is all anchored in Mesa Public Schools. Mesa Public Schools is the largest school district in Arizona, 81 schools. Half of those teams have launched team-based models, at least one team in the school. They are our largest partner. We are working on DSAs with other districts, but the data that I'm going to share is from Mesa Public Schools. Whoever's navigating slides.
I was just going to ask if you could pause for a second while we try to get the slides up. And while they're pulling those slides up, Lisa, I just wanted to share with the group, we have a few folks who've had the opportunity to be involved with the next gen workforce and really get an idea of what it looks like in practice in schools in Arizona. And
amazing. You all are very far away in ant size to me. So if I'm not recognizing you, hi.
It's pretty remarkable to see what we have seen. And so getting a taste of what this looks like. And I think a real benefit that we have in learning from them is they're investing in research while they're doing this. So they're bringing some incredible researchers along on this journey to really evaluate it at a pretty minute level. I got a chance to go to one of their breakout sessions and was absolutely amazed at the leveling of questioning that they're doing and the data that they're diving into. So it's pretty impressive, the amount of research that they're doing to ensure that this is highly effective. I thought by the time I was done sharing that the slides would be up, but
I think the slides are, so I'll say, it looks like slides maybe are up. So I'll say a couple of things. One, North Dakota folks in the room, good to kind of see you, can't quite see you. Two, some of this may be familiar depending on when you came to visit Arizona from some of what we shared during site visits. So if it's redundant, apologies. Three, I love the strategic approach to including researchers and thinking about data early on. I think what I would flag as you're going into that, one of our learnings has been that because our data management systems, LMS systems, are built for a one teacher, one classroom model, one of the pieces that we've really grappled with and struggled with, frankly, is being able to track data for students who are supported by teams. And so if you are all building systems right now to make sure that you're able to accurately identify these are the learners who have been supported by teams in one school year, and then over time, you are going to have a great head start in being able to track outcomes for both educators and for learners. All right, looks like we have slides. Are we good?
Yes, we can all see them now. So carry
Okay,
on,
let's-
Lisa. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna move pretty quick so we can get to some other things. So let's go ahead and advance to the next slide. Go ahead, next one. So these are the big headlines. Again, this is all anchored in Mesa Public Schools. All the findings that I'm going to share are statistically significant. We can't get into causality, right? We're seeing correlations, causality, whole other question. And lower turnover rates for educators and team-based models, higher evaluation scores, more likely to recommend the teaching profession, better satisfaction, lots of big findings, and we're going to take a quick look also for special education teachers, because we know that that is a really an area where we're seeing lots of attrition and difficulty recruiting. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And we'll make these available to the group. So again, knowing that we're looking at Mesa Public Schools and Arizona has a particular context, your context will be different. We see a lower percentage of teachers in team-based models departing their schools and districts, higher percentage of educators who expect to be in their career 5 years from now, 82%, as opposed to 66% within the same district, which is a really good indicator. Next one. Lead teachers, this is this role that I mentioned quickly, a lead teacher who perhaps has a stipend, responsibility for the team, additional responsibilities and leadership. We are seeing, again, lower numbers, significantly lower numbers of plans for departing the school and the district. Turnover rates are about 40% lower for those educators. Next slide. When we separate and control for previous evaluation ratings, we see higher effectiveness scores for educators that are in team-based models. So 68% being evaluated as highly effective in team-based models as opposed to 46% not in teams. Next slide. This is a big one. We know that those who would recommend teaching as a profession is on the decline pretty precipitously. So educators in team-based models, 35% would highly recommend teaching as opposed to 22%. Again, another really good indicator. Next slide. Better satisfaction in jobs, 75% for those in teams as opposed to 66%. Go ahead. And here's what we're hearing about special education teachers, one of the areas where we've seen decline across the country and difficulty in retention and recruitment. Next slide. Less burnout. So to be clear, this is not ideal. We would love to have much better numbers across the board on this. And for special education teachers in traditional one teacher, one classroom settings, only 6% report no symptoms of burnout, whereas in team-based models, 23% report no symptoms of burnout. Ideally not where we want to be on the whole as a country, certainly, and in Arizona, and really good indicator. Next slide. More likely to feel respected. And we hear anecdotally from special education teachers really increased sense of belonging and agency in team-based models because of the connection. So 4.73 average feeling respected score as opposed to 3.88. Next one. More satisfied with professional learning opportunities as well. Next slide. And then we are talking about educator retention and recruitment. And one of the big outcomes that we're saying, we're still early in collecting and identifying student outcomes. If you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. Is 1.4 more months of reading growth for students who are supported by teams than in traditional models. And you can stop sharing slides. So I know we took an extra minute or two there. I'm going to go ahead and we'll save anything else for Q&A. I'll hand it back to you.
Thanks, Lisa. And we may have a lot of questions when we come back. I might steal some time from our break. Our slides weren't working very well. So Joe, I don't know, is there any way someone from the DPI team might be able to print some of these out so we could see them? That'd be awesome. Thank you very much, Lisa. I think it's surprising that you encapsulated everything that you're doing so quickly, because it took me a full day to even be able to think about one of those data points. So thank you for that. Now, shifting gears just a tiny bit, Stephanie, you're with us, and could you maybe just provide for us some similarities that opportunity culture and next education workforce share? And maybe to go further, how do schools and districts need to shift? What types of shifting in thinking and practice do they need to implement a model like opportunity culture initiatives?
Yeah, happy to do that and happy to be with you all today. I would say 3 similarities between the next education workforce model and the opportunity culture model are both our team-based approaches to school staffing design. Both provide much more support for teachers in their roles, and both integrate paraprofessionals and other adults into the staffing model. So those are some similarities that you'll see between opportunity culture and next education workforce. Maybe I'll just mention a few points about each of those. So in terms of the team-based model, the unique aspect of opportunity culture staffing design is that the foundational role in that team-based model is the multi-classroom leader role. So a carefully selected teacher who gets better than expected learning results with students, and is taking responsibility for the learning results of a teaching team. So some similarities to what Lisa was mentioning, lots of focus on that teacher leader role and their accountability for student learning. They provide very intensive support to their team with observation and feedback cycles every week, helping with data analysis, helping with lesson planning. For their role in their leadership, on average, multi-classroom leaders earn $12,000 stipends. That can be smaller in small rural districts, larger in large urbans, but about $12,000 on average, meant to be game-changing dollars for teacher leaders who want to continue teaching and leading from the classroom and instructing students. So that's a similarity, team-based, but just highlighting something that is particularly important in the opportunity culture design process. In terms of support for teachers, it lines up with a lot of the data points that Lisa just showed you. When we interview people in opportunity culture schools, we heard time and time again, I've never felt so supported as a teacher. That's a refrain that we never stop hearing. Also things like, I don't know what I would do without my multi-classroom leader. So that the feeling of support for teachers in the classroom is dramatically different. Their instructional experience really shows this. When we survey them on an annual basis, we find that 90% or more indicate that they're experiencing greater collaboration and improved instructional practice while being held to high instructional standards. They feel good about this. Another reason they feel good about this is because of the student learning results, which is the reason they enter teaching in the first place. We have 2 third-party studies of opportunity culture implementation. And when you boil that down, those study findings to what does it mean for student learning results, it's an extra half year of learning for students each year that they're learning within a multi-classroom leader team structure. So great results for kids. That feels good to teachers. Teachers feel supported, and teacher leaders will tell us, I was able to keep teaching for several more years because of this role. Like Next Education Workforce, those paraprofessional roles are very important to support the team. They help provide release time for the multi-classroom leaders. They help schools integrate small group tutoring into their regular school day. Paraprofessionals could be higher level teacher assistants. We call them reach associates in our designs. Could also be full year teacher residents, other adults in the building. So those are 3 similarities. I'll shift to the other part of your question, which is about what does it take for districts and schools to put these types of staffing models into place. Design work occurs, and opportunity culture design work occurs at the district level and the school level. Districts have to make design decisions about the job descriptions, the stipend levels for the job descriptions, the selection criteria and process, and making sure that that's open and transparent to everybody in the district. They also have to plan and how they will evaluate the new roles. So a multi-classroom leader is still a teacher. They're also a teacher leader who coaches. And so what will that evaluation process look like for this new role? Those are all district design level decisions. And then your school design teams, which always include teachers within the school, are making decisions about how many multi-classroom leaders will we have? Where will they be positioned in the schools? What grade levels or subject areas will they oversee? What does full scale look like? And where can we start with our reallocation of existing funds in this first year? They have to make decisions like that. And a huge part of school design process is the bell schedule. How do we create a schedule that allows our multi-classroom leaders to have the release time they need to succeed in their role as a teacher leader and to make sure that all of our students and teachers are being served well? So that's a big piece of that puzzle. For schools that have not previously been engaged in budgetary decision-making, this can be a big shift. So in some districts, when we arrived to support, schools have been using school-based budgeting for years. For some schools, it's new. So that can be a shift depending on the local context.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And in case you're listening to those 2 things and thinking, boy, I like both of them, do we have to pick? The beauty is these 2 are working hand in hand. I mean, these practices are being engaged by districts. So we don't really have to think about, well, I like this one better than that one, because it's this idea of this lead teacher and teaming. But to get to the lead teacher, North Dakota has tried in the past to implement some strategies around teacher leadership models. Levi, could you please share with us some factors that played a role in North Dakota's attempt at trying to start something specific to teacher leadership, and what was effective about our initial approach in terms of teacher leadership, and what might we need to think about differently in terms of teacher leadership models?
Yeah, great question, Luke. Thanks, everyone. It's great to join you. To go back to 2017, Governor Burgum, at the time I was serving as policy director in his administration, established the Innovative Education Task Force, which met 10 times over 14 months and wrapped up its work at the end of calendar year 2018. It met all over the state. We did a site visit out of state. And really the underlying goal at that time was to focus on how do we just continue to think differently about education to ensure that we are leveraging the highest ROI strategies that are good for students and empower educators to feel like they are leaders in the classroom. The final work product was 10 sort of key policy recommendations. Number 6 was a concept that ended up getting referred to. Originally it was LIFT and it eventually became TILE, teacher incentives for leadership in education. And the idea was very similar to what Lisa and Stephanie has shared, is education has operated without a lot of career ladder opportunities. You come in early in your career, you start as a general education classroom teacher, and for the most part, that's sort of where you stay unless you want to join administration, or in some larger districts take a support role that may look like a tech coach or an instructional coach or some other role supporting educators that may not involve, directly supporting students and their learning. And so the concept's very similar to what's been shared, but maybe a little bit more focused on specific, nimble and targeted initiatives related to a strategic plan of a school district, knowing that those are very different depending on your local context and size and sort of aspiration for your community, was to use a designated sort of pool of resources that would go out to districts roughly based on their size that could only be used for stipends. I think very similar to what Stephanie and Lisa had shared, designed to be game-changing amounts that help support teachers to want to stay in the classroom and be active leaders in various efforts or initiatives in their school district to move the needle for student learning. I work in the second largest school district in the state now, and we hear very regularly how when initiatives feel like they're coming from the central office, they are often met with hesitation, potentially mistrust, and it doesn't have that sort of ground up feeling to it, which is really important for credibility in the K-12 industry. So the idea was you find strong leaders across your school district and task them to help guide a building or the district through a particular strategic plan aligned initiative, and that there's an opportunity to be compensated well for that work. We're doing that in a small way in West Fargo with some teacher leadership stipends, not quite at the scale or scope that I think has been discussed, previously, but the underlying, effort is to focus on those high leverage practices, utilize the expertise of our educators that we have working for us right now, and provide leadership opportunities that help keep teachers in the classroom, but also expose them to leadership opportunities formally that enable higher levels of compensation and more empowerment to ensure that these initiatives are designed and implemented in a way that seems practical and plausible in our current classroom environment. And so that was the concept. The governor included it in his budget for the 2019 legislative session. That was unsuccessful, as I think it was a very new concept that legislators were wanting to chew on a little bit more. But I think it's never too late to continue conversations on ways to support leadership opportunities for teachers. So certainly glad to be here to talk about it today. And I think there's a lot that we have learned and a lot of unfulfilled potential in this space as it relates to supporting teachers.
Well, thank you, Stephanie, Lisa, and Levi, for introducing us to this arena. Our next question is, answer any three of you at any time. You'll have to fight over the virtual mic to see who goes first. But when we're thinking about this as a task force, really what challenges do stakeholders face when they're working to implement a model like this that would provide innovative retention practices? And specifically, what should we be considering when we're developing recommendations that will strengthen educator retention? Lastly, the third part of the question would be, what opportunities can be leveraged to support retention, whether it's based in the model you described or something else?
I'm happy to start. Excuse me. So the work that we do, one thing I just want to pull apart quickly, the work that we support schools and systems in doing, the lead teacher role is a component in some schools and some systems of this work, but team-based models don't have to have a lead teacher. And so I think that's just an important thing to pull apart a little bit. We've got school partners. There's a large comprehensive high school in Mesa Public Schools, Mountain View, that has said, nope, we want these egalitarian teams to exist. We don't want a lead teacher role. And so I just want to name that there is we firmly believe that models should fit the context. And so depending on that context, then the school needs to be able to shape what that looks like. So that goes to what Levi was saying around the grassroots work. Challenges are many. The shift that we're talking about around a shift to a team that shares a roster of students, it's a big undertaking. We recommend that schools start small, right? So having a team or two teams that launch rather than going to school-wide. Considerations wise, depending on the size of the school, your teams are going to look really different. The structure is going to look really different than maybe some of the schools that we visited when we were, those of you who came to Tempe in the last several months, right? So Westwood High School, they have 3,500 students. Like, it's possible that some of your towns may not have that many people. So the design should look different. And so that's both an affordance and a challenge, right? Being able to, as a school community, sit down with educators, students, families, and decide what you want to look like. That to look like means that the change hopefully will stick more over time. It does take a lot of time to lay that kind of foundation and collective kind of decision making around those pieces.
I can go next, and my thoughts really are quite similar to Lisa's. I think maybe one of the saddest moments in the outreach work that I do is when I describe opportunity culture, staffing design, the results that schools are seeing to a district leader, and they say something to the effect of, this makes so much sense. I can see how we would benefit. I don't see how I could do this right now with everything else going on. And I think that plays out in many ways across local landscapes, because especially in our small rural districts, people are wearing multiple hats. And the idea of taking on foundational shifts in the way schools are staffed is a lot harder than adding on roles. There was one graphic that I wanted to show you, but I don't think it made it into the slide deck. If you look at spending in education over time, it just basically shows you that since the 70s, one line is going up, up, up for spending over time. And then you look at teacher pay and it's just a flat line over time. And it illustrates one of the reasons for that is because our approach to supporting teachers and trying to help improve instruction has been to add on roles in many cases, and to not look to our teachers to provide that instructional leadership, and to think of the way that their role might be designed differently in order to do that, but then also to build in that career ladder within the classroom structure. So I think in terms of challenges, that also, when I look at that graphic, I think it just popped up, I see it over there. It kind of, when you think about this, that one starts from like 2005, but it actually goes back to, you can look at the 70s. It's decades and decades of, this is like a momentum, right? It's a tide of the way that we typically would think of supporting our teachers. And it's very hard to do things differently when you are stretched thin, you have a lot on your plate. So I think it's just very important to consider the support that district and school leaders need to go through this thinking process, to think about the way to apply these concepts to their local context, and to design in the way that is best fit for their local context, but to feel like they can get it done. You can go through a planning period in a handful of months. You can have a design at that handful of months that's ready to be implemented the next fall. And it is very possible, and the student learning results will come in the first year if it's well designed and implemented.
Yeah, I can jump on and follow up on that. I think, Stephanie's point, particularly about our country made a decision, either intentionally or unintentionally, to throw bodies at education as opposed to make meaningful, changes in compensation, I think was a key point in the Certificate in Educational Finance, a course that DPI sponsored for many educators across North Dakota, which got a lot of, discussion. And sort of, we would wind back the clock and say, well, we're going to keep the relative number of, educational professionals per student level, but we're going to try to increase the compensation dramatically. We'd probably be talking about this problem in a very different way right now. But I think all of these system shifts, and I think the process issue was as much with how do you engage the legislature and help them understand what problem you're trying to solve, what metrics are you tracking, and ultimately what's the value for doing something this way versus just the continual, just put this in the funding formula, which is also an important part of, balancing local control with school districts. But I think the challenge or the thought for, for this group is to really think about how can support or guidance be provided on the process to have these conversations. Because I think a commonality between everything that you've heard so far is any one of these things can come off and sound threatening if not approached in a collaborative way. One of the things that came up with tile funding was, well, this sounds an awful lot like merit pay. So am I just being paid for getting high enough standardized test scores? well, no, this is forward-looking. It's related to specific outcomes that are desired in the future, and recognizing teacher capacity to lead from the classroom while also trying to work to achieve those future-focused outcomes. But again, that was one thing where I think upon reflection, where there became a little bit of a reactive form of discussion as opposed to proactive. So I really think just from a toolkit standpoint, or just best practices in how, because ultimately school districts are going to have to do this work. It's going to come down to the superintendents and principals to have these discussions with their teachers. How are they supported in change management and facilitating some of those dialogues? Because as what was shared earlier, self-identified teacher bandwidth in, I think, across the country and in North Dakota specifically, would be deemed to be low. So doing this well and doing this thoughtfully is an incredibly important part of this whole discussion, and spending just as much time on the process for improving retention through educator engagement, I think will be just as important as what are some strategies that the state or school districts can consider to try to address this problem. Because even the best ideas done, in not a sort of grassroots ground up way are generally going to meet resistance, and their overall efficacy, I think, is going to suffer as a result.
I want to underline something that Levi said and then add just one other consideration. We say in our site visits, those of you who came to Arizona to join us, durable change happens at the speed of trust. And when we've got folks at site visits, end of March, moving into April, I get really nervous when I hear, oh yeah, we're going to do this thing in the fall. And I'm like, okay, what conversations have happened? I know that we're in a hurry and that things have to happen. And it only matters if we do it well and that it's durable change, right? So I would just name that we're at that point in the year. Second thing is around considerations for our novices. We are anecdotally, and we're still in the process of collecting the kind of R1 level data, that anecdotally novices are reporting not drowning and feeling so supported. And so we're seeing leading indicators around novices that we hope are going to result in retention over time, so that we don't have that hole in the bucket where our novices are, 30%, 50%, depending on the system and the context, leaving teaching within that first 5 years. We want to be careful when we're building team-based models that they're not a team of all novices, right? We're seeing, if you put a whole bunch of novices together, maybe it's better than being in a one teacher, one classroom, because they have each other, but there's not that mentorship. And so balancing those teams is really important. Last piece I'll say is, depending on what's available with your colleges of education, having teacher candidates and team-based models, as Stephanie mentioned, whatever that role is also really, really helpful and tends to grow those educators quickly.
Well, thank you, all three of you. What I heard was intentional design is an absolute necessity in this, and that local context absolutely matters. There is not one clear way to do this, but rather many ways that this can be accomplished, and ensuring that local design is carried out and intentionally done is highly necessary. I'd like to open it up for questions and comments from the task force. Maria?
This is maybe not actually for the experts, but maybe for in the room, Luke, Joe, others. So I'm hearing that there's like some partnerships, some conversations, some opportunities already with these two entities and exploring possibilities. Can you talk or share maybe with the task force or the public that's listening, what already is available? Because I think it sounds like there's some relationships already being built from the state level to these other entities. And I think helping to understand like what's already there and what DPI is doing to try to foster those relationships, I think would be helpful for the group to know.
So I don't know how well I can answer this, but I can shed some light. I know that the department recognized this in light of this specific conversation, and looked to several different entities around the state to examine what would this look like in North Dakota? Is it something that we should consider learning more about? University system was there, a couple of schools, REAs, pretty vast group. And after that visit and continued conversations, recognized that we need to learn more. And so I believe some teachers and their principal counterparts were able to go to see what would this look like if North Dakota schools tried to do this. I know that Fargo Public had already been considering making a move forward with this type of model. And so I know their team was involved at the REA level. We've had some conversations to figure out what would this look like and what types of support might be necessary if schools decided to move forward in this direction, especially those schools that are smaller and would need some help in figuring out how might we best team if I have one section of everything. So at this point, I believe that it really has been an information gathering, learning process to figure out what does this look like? How could it be accomplished and would it be successful in North Dakota? If it's gone any further than that, I'm not sure, but I do know that the first group that went, which I forgot, there's a legislator on that team as well. We are still meeting every month to figure out what are next steps, what are the next things we need to ask. It's a process still. Other questions? You know, one thing, Brett, you talked just a little bit about your visit and the type of collaboration that you saw and thinking about, you know, you've got 2 6th grade teachers in Harvey, and how could we make something like this happen? I know our group talked a lot about teacher autonomy when we saw this, and thinking back to what some of Nate said earlier this morning in terms of teachers having voice and choice. And one of the things I think about pretty frequently, we heard bell schedule, needing time to figure out that bell schedule. It's one of the things I think that gets in the way of just about every initiative in every school. The principal said that we can't do this. The bells, that's one of my biggest recruitment tactics. We don't have bells in my organization. So maybe just a thought that I would love to hear people's opinions on is principals are kind of the person that has to figure this out. They've got to figure out the bells, how to get the supports in all the places, how to get the interventions and the right people behind the students when they're going to be grouped in different setups. What if teachers were the ones making those decisions? What if 3 hours out of the day, there's a group of 4 teachers that they're saying, we're going to have these kids go here, we're going to have these kids get this time. What if the teachers were involved in that? How much help would that be? Back to our conversation about what supports do principals need in all of this? Any thoughts on that from some of our administrators or teachers or?
From the administrative standpoint, there's a lot of practical things that you have to get over with the bells, and especially in the high school level. You know, K-8, you're not assigning credit. So there's not nearly as many regulations that have to be met. You know, the 160 hours and the 175 in CTE, and trying to make sure all those hours are met within the school calendar, which is also a very hot topic. There's a lot to get over there. There just is. However, I think there's a lot of things on the books already that could be utilized. You know, we switched from days to hours. There's a lot more flexibility in terms of your school day and your school calendar, should districts choose to do that. The innovation is sometimes hard to get out of the Memorial Day and Labor Day kind of thing. I really think some of that, you know, a shorter school day and a longer school year might solve a lot of problems on all fronts. But beyond that, there's definitely things that can be done. The learning continuum in terms of credit accrual is something that is in Century Code or passed already that school districts can choose to utilize and would have to. So in order to change from a quote unquote traditional high school into this is going to be a multi-year process of changing your grad requirements, going down the learning continuum, making sure you have all those rubrics and things aligned to assign credit and to meet those requirements. Then you have to find the teachers that are willing. You have to train them as such. We've tried some team teaching in my own school, and we didn't have the training resources to get them to work together. And it kind of fell by the wayside. Ended up having 2 teachers operating individually together. So I'd be very curious to see the kind of PD and things that these 2 organizations have available. But truthfully, again, if you're going to take a traditional high school and turn it into something like this is a minimum of probably 5 years and a lot of work. You know, so the supports that you're going to need is a lot of time outside of the regular school day to start going through that learning continuum process and then figure out how to implement the team teaching. And, you know, is a big thing. You know, next year I could take 2 Algebra 1 teachers and put them in my collaborative area and say we're team teaching. But to do it on a whole school-wide system, drastically different. Then if one of those teachers leaves, now we're starting over. You know, so those are some of the issues I see from a high school standpoint. However, like I said, I do think there's a lot of things in Century Code at DPI already, innovation waivers, different things like that, that are available. But you know, it's time is really the biggest thing.
I was just gonna add, it's a little different in elementary where I'm at because we can, the one issue, as my principal and I were fortunate enough to go last week, is getting the right people to be able to push in at the right times, you know, because in a smaller school, you may have only one Title I teacher or whatever. And so to find those times where that teacher is available so that you can really get the full value of team teaching, that's a scheduling issue there too. I mean, and then, you know, also you have to have para support. And one of the things that I really liked when I saw the visit was the support they had from the student teachers and those kids learning, but also taking groups on their own. And you know, that's something that when we got to visiting, is there a way that we could, I don't know how we do this, but offer credit to our high school kids that want to go into teaching and make this a class where they can push in 1 hour a day. And you know, obviously they'd have to be, you know, mentored and all that stuff, but what an experience for them to learn about, is this the profession I want to be in, rather than, you know, a year before they get out of college and go, I don't know if I want to do this. And so, yeah, we had some of those conversations. I get totally what you're saying. I think, you know, we don't have a bell system, so we have more flexibility in how we do that. And my partner teacher, when I got back, you know, we didn't have school Monday. So yesterday I started to visit with her and say, hey, I got this crazy idea, you know, what about math? We start with one area. We just start, I know I've heard it said many times, start small. Well, let's start with one area. We both like math. We both, you know, have our own section. What if we did it together? And then we, you know, once we got the lesson, whatever, we pushed out and we divide our kids, not just on academic ability, but on different things each week or whatever. So it was something that at least the conversation's going, I guess.
I agree, Brett, with using high school students to help do some of this. I know at our last meeting, we had talked about maybe increasing some of the CTE reimbursement for the education pathway, especially in secondary education. We try very hard to get kids matched up with careers. And unfortunately, it seems like most of them are outside of education. We have the ability under Century Code now to create a teacher education pathway and utilize those students within the other K-8 system to get them real experience in front of real kids that are also going to benefit our school system and our outcomes right now. And I think anything we can do to help grease those wheels is going to be a huge benefit.
Just to build off of that real quick, Jim, 100% agree. My daughter had the opportunity to silk in my classroom and do CTE through bank in the same year. And through that experience, I thought she's going to go to banking. She, you know, but I wanted her to experience. And when she got done with her teaching time with me in our classrooms, she was fully committed into going to education. And I think kids need to see that. And if there's a way that we can provide opportunities for them to get credit for it, we're helping ourselves out immensely.
Lisa, Stephanie, you know, clearly it's hard to see this in your mind's eye if you didn't get a chance to see it happening. We got a chance to hear from administrators and from teachers. And I remember one teacher in a panel said, if we ever get rid of these at this school, I'm done teaching. I will not go back to another model unless it's a team approach. Could you maybe share with us, how have schools, you know, Jim mentioned this is like a 5-year deal if we want to go school-wide. How have schools approached their design processes in order to develop a team approach where teachers feel very supported?
Stephanie, you want to start?
Sure. So when we work with schools, they create a school design team, always the principal, person responsible for scheduling, some collection of teachers. They begin their design process by envisioning what full scale will look like, with the understanding that they won't be able to get there the first year. And then when they will look at student learning data, they will look at teacher working conditions, they will think about where do we want to start. So it might take a couple of years to phase in across the school, and they'll be reallocating existing dollars each year to add multi-classroom leader teams and to expand their staffing design. But I would say one part of this work is engaging educators in those design decisions. And it is not the type of work where you create a design and you put it into place and then you're done. It just carries on. It's a way of thinking about staffing, and it's revisited each year, and there will always be adjustments being made based on vacancies that are emerging or needs that are emerging, strong multi-classroom leaders that you have that are ready to expand their leadership. So it's definitely a process. You can get it started for sure within a year with some planning period, for some planning time, but then it will take a few years usually to phase it in across the school.
I would say a few things resonated from what you all were sharing there in the working group just now, which is the shift to strategic team-based models, next education workforce models in particular. It takes a long time. Westwood High School started this work in 2018, and they're a large comprehensive high school. And they're at about, next year, they'll be at 50% of the school, right? Like as they enter year 6, 50% of the school being in team-based models. Elementary schools do tend to shift more quickly. +1 on the planning time piece, right? And so just to say again, that master schedule matters for being able to push in those extended team members, paraeducators, reading specialists, whoever that may be. It also really matters for the team that is sharing students to be able to have that planning time together daily. Without that, we see teams really, really struggle. To your point, I think Joe, can't quite see the thing, but yeah, if you just take educators and say work together, our profession has not been designed that way, right? And so there's a lot of foundational support that needs to happen around team dynamics, things like decision-making, what's the data that we're going to look at, all those foundations need to be put into place. It is a big undertaking for school leaders, it is no lie. Like the level of in the shifts to team-based models, the level of support that has to happen is big. That is why we recommend starting small. And that there are iterative shifts then that happen over time. So Brent, you said, like, let's start with math. One of the things that we see school leaders do is let's find one entry point and then build on that. There are some schools that have already done like a walk to read, walk to math in elementary, and using that as an anchor point is really helpful because the schema is really tough for people because we've only mostly been in one teacher, one classroom models, except for a few of us who attended a different kind of schooling ourselves. Building that schema is tough for people. So starting with those entry points that feel accessible is really important to do. The other thing I would say is that having some kind of, and this is what Stephanie was saying, having like an innovation configuration map here's where we'd like to be in 5 years. And then knowing that it is like the most flexible lesson plan in the world. Like, this is where we think we want to get to. And that has to be a living document that changes over time. When there are teams that start out and feel supported, that is how the work accelerates itself. So rather than it being, we have to do X, Y, and Z, the educators who are happy and seeing better outcomes for their learners and feeling a sense of belonging, they are the ones who themselves accelerate the work, and unintentionally or not, like they end up selling it to their colleagues because they feel so much more supported.
Levi, one maybe just quick question for you, and then we probably have to move on. We're pretty unique in North Dakota that we've got a governor who has gone into schools for a full day to shadow a student and see exactly what school looks like for one kid. He's done it a few times, I think. He's challenged legislators to do the same. I got a chance to visit with a freshman at one of these schools who didn't know if the sophomore class was going to be teaming or not. And she was really nervous about that because the team of teachers was providing her the support that she didn't have otherwise. And I couldn't believe how vulnerable and open she was with a complete stranger with a weird beard. But I mean, she said, I don't think I would be here for the rest of this year. So I really hope the sophomore class is going to do this. So that was a long intro to the question, Levi, which is, what policies do you think we need to be thinking about from a task force here in North Dakota in order to ensure that something like this is possible?
Yeah, that's a great question, Luke. I mean, I think obviously if you want less of something, you tax it. If you want more of something, you subsidize it. So I think just being really clear about as a task force, obviously talking about some very global issues related to teacher, retention and recruitment. There are obviously always going to be the ongoing, generic pay, compensation benefits discussion, and that has its place and that's important and that, should be discussed. But also if there are very specific outcomes that the task force ultimately feels will move the needle for North Dakota, how do those get translated in very specific ways into policy? So for instance, we talk about the CTE funding for education development programs. Right now, there isn't a huge incentive to offer that class at a smaller cutoff than other courses. So we've been running it with just a handful of students, assuming the financial loss, trying to play the long game on that very premise that the more students we can get exposed to education, the better our odds of people wanting to enter the field. I'm sure a lot of other school districts are doing that too, but looking at some very specific policy levers, whether it's expanding the funding for the education pathway training through the Department of CTE, doing something specific like tile funding to try to find targeted, certainly lower cost than some other alternatives if you're trying to touch every teacher. So I think it's just being really focused and targeted on what is your intended outcome. And then what's the policy lever that you want to put in place, and how can that be normalized with the legislator going into the legislative session and contextualized, versus all of the other competing priorities. I think having spent some time with the legislature, often people start to think in their buckets. Well, K-12 is only going to get this much more money this upcoming session. And so how do we want to divvy that out? And just being really thoughtful about, okay, we recognize that there's a general inflationary increase needed just to support, teachers at the most basic level. And then where do we want to go from there? And how do we be really refined? And that was one of the goals of TILE, is to have a high efficient, high ROI, relatively low dollar investment to just try to get the flywheel moving on some of these efforts around teacher leadership. So I think it's just being really, really specific and just clear as a committee about where do we want to try to move the needle from a key metric standpoint, and have a response to that. Otherwise, it's going to end up getting, I think, caught up in just some of the general debates about formula funding or some of the other things that often come to define many of the policy discussions around K-12, which are certainly important, but get to be so big, sometimes it's more difficult to have specific metric, specific outcome, specific input conversations.
All right, and I'll send our last question to John.
My question probably is related mostly to Stephanie and Lisa. With your grouping and your programs, did you have any small districts that you implement that in? When I look at the state of North Dakota, yeah, we got 8, 10, 12, maybe 20 school districts that have populations that would sustain that grouping. You know, when I look across my 15 school districts, I got 10 that have a first grade teacher, a kindergarten teacher, a second grade teacher, a English teacher at the high school. So when you talk about those flexible groupings and putting those teachers together, I'm just curious, did you have any models in smaller schools where that flexible grouping that you were describing was successful, or did you take out and pull your data out, or could you into some of those smaller school district models?
You want to start?
Sure. We definitely have opportunity culture, staffing design in very small schools, schools like you're describing. Some of the approaches I've seen the schools take are vertical teaming structures that go across grade levels. We also have a group of districts in North Carolina that's currently working on sharing opportunity culture staffing designs by having remotely located multi-classroom leaders. So you might have a teacher who's well poised to be a leader of a team in a district, but there's not enough teachers there to lead. Could they provide remote leadership virtually to other teachers? We have a pilot that we did in 2019 with some grant funding that we had that showed a teacher leader working with teachers across other districts. The teachers felt supported. The students felt benefit from having access to that teacher leader in small group instruction and in whole class instruction led virtually. So there are some different strategies that can be done, but we definitely see opportunity culture staffing designs in some settings like you're describing.
Plus one on everything Stephanie said. We do also see some schools that go to multi-age models to be able to provide more flexibility, especially in systems that are thinking about a move towards PCBL, towards personalized competency-based approaches. The shortest answer to your question is yes. We've got partners in Yuma, Arizona, that have launched team-based model, made the shift to school-wide. Those teams tend to be, that's in the elementary setting, and then in Winslow, Arizona, and the north of Arizona, in the high school setting. What we tend to see is that teams tend to be a little bit smaller. So if we're at Westwood High School and you're seeing 120 learners who are supported by a team of 5, in the more rural context, we often see smaller core teams, so maybe a pair, and then a strategic use of either kind of a combination across grade bands, let's say maybe for like reading intervention and math intervention, that they go across those grade band teams for grades 1 and 2. We also sometimes see a little bit tighter focus in the high school around maybe there are 3 subject areas or 2 subject areas to provide a little bit more modularity in the schedule. So maybe there is like a humanities block where they're sharing their kiddos rather than trying to have a really large team. I think the big headline there is like smaller denominators for the teams, and then using those small teams and kind of Legoing those pieces together to create some of that flexibility.
Well, Lisa, Stephanie, Levi, thanks so much for sharing your expertise, answering some questions, and kind of listening to the context and providing a little bit more direction for us as we consider these steps moving forward. So absolute huge thank you to taking a little bit of time and sharing with us today. We are going to be transitioning into small groups, so I'll turn it over to Hunt Institute.
Thank you so much, Luke. And thank you so much to our resource experts for joining us. It was truly extraordinary to hear the work that you're doing, and thank you for sharing it with the task force members today. We are going to transition back into our breakout groups in just a moment. There will be questions that are located on the tables that you will be using just as you did previously. Remember, before you begin answering the questions, please designate one person to serve as your official note taker. That person will be responsible for capturing your group's answers on the worksheet and that we will collect at the end so that we are able to include it in the final report. Please ensure the note taker is filling out the worksheet that says group notes at the top of the page. So you can go ahead and move to the stand-up tables again, and please let us know if you have any questions. Otherwise, please join your small group.
in tandem with. Okay. Group, well, I don't know why I'm saying group 2, but okay. Yeah, and we were kind of all over the place, so I'm gonna go, and then my friends over here can fill in the gaps. So we said we need to figure out how to drive forward tile 2.0 again. So try again, do an iteration of what was, figure out what didn't work, and potentially think about different structures that I think give legislators more ease at what it could be for, but also giving enough flexibility for districts of how to use it to drive some strategic investments. Talked about CT funding that promotes the education pathways in high school. Dr. Leck had mentioned, you know, if schools were able to get that 100% reimbursed or fully funded, you know, that we're promoting ourselves in doing that. And so why would we not want to figure out how to do that? In relation specifically to, you know, an entity like Vital Network, but really figuring out how districts can support processes, structure, systems that identify gap analysis and drive grassroots change that focus on those building needs. So that's really about empowering teachers. We've talked a lot about that today. How do you engage teachers in the work that's relevant and authentic to the kind of problems of practice they have in their own buildings and help them to be part of the solution? We talked about Teacher Leadership Academy. So currently that is supported by the Bergham Foundation, but there's some different pay structures that different districts use. But really, you know, what could that be in order to, again, retain teachers and provide that? I don't remember how did you say it this morning, Erin? What does my future here look like? Teacher Leadership Academy, again, sounded like it was another way to really involve teachers in, again, solving local problems, building team, networking. Obviously, you know, I believe rugby used Harvey and rugby. I don't know if both districts, but you had to have a commitment to stay, and there was a shared paid structure. But it sounds like it was very empowering and very helpful. We talked about continuing to evaluate and look at what's working in regards to childcare investments. You know, Dr. Leck talks so kindly about, you know, educators really do have this love and care for children. But then sometimes our current work structure is not necessarily responsive to caring for their own families. And so how do we evaluate what's working with some of the state investments? Again, going on that CT reimbursement, but really thinking about what does that look like to be a working educator in the system who may have a family and is trying to juggle both. And what does that look like? Jamestown Jamestown District has implemented, and then he shared some really great impact data about paid parental leave. And so again, talking about, you know, full package of retaining teachers, what could that look like? So we talked that might be something that could be of interest. And expanding that, wow, I'm really going on a lot of things. Build flexible options that provide personalized benefits. So this goes off of kind of what Dr. Bladow, did I say that right, Jenny? Plato, sorry. I need to put like a line above the A. Plato, there you go. See, that helps. But kind of having that matrix of options, you know, when we talked about gas and mileage, right? Like if you have teachers that are driving a long ways, you kind of said there's like this perfect circle where you can kind of be like, yeah, that's too far for people to drive to work. Are there certain incentives that could help to retain people to continue to come to work, like paying gas or mileage or housing stipends in Watford City where you have a lot of housing issues? Or are there other ways that we can personalize the benefit to support strategic staffing? Might not be holistic across the board. Fully fund and support first 2 years of teacher mentorship. Fund and support building principal mentorship. I'm just trying to build off of stuff from this morning. And then I would double down on the reducing red tape for teachers and thinking about how do we protect their time. And I think that's from the state perspective, but also from the local perspective. Our questions, and again, not necessarily sure this is all relevant to but I feel like it was our questions, so I'm just gonna say, is there a way for us we started to get into the onboarding, negotiation, salary conversation or benefits conversation, which I know is gonna be our next meeting, but topic of, is there a way to condense the salary schedule? Does that what are pros and cons of that? Why? I know Senator Rummel had some experiences around that with his work and conversations. Doubling down on what Luke's group said, we have no way to evaluate working conditions or teacher morale. And so how do we figure out a standardized way to do that across? And I would even challenge to say, right, beyond just teacher classroom or licensed teachers, it needs to be all staff, so that we can start to parse out different sectors of our education kind of ecosystem. Is there a way to standardize onboarding to ensure new staff are aware of everything that's available? And so Dr. Luck had also talked about, like, sometimes people aren't being made aware of all of the things that are part of the package and or fully understanding what is offered to them as they're signing on to be a new teacher to the district. And then how can we change the narrative that sells the whole package of teaching? So again, some of these are kind of all the same thing, but different things. I think that was all of our questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And
I guess Mariah, as we're group 3, we talked a little bit about re-imaging the school family community relationship and just really helping community partners understand when a parent comes in and just really unloads on a teacher, what impact that has on that teacher's stress level, and just an understanding from some of our community partners and parents that, that might have been the only 3rd grade teacher that applied for the position. And they're doing the best they can, and they're doing a nice job. And if we don't have that 3rd grade teacher, we might not have a 3rd grade teacher. So then that might mean we combine 3rd and 4th grade into one classroom with one teacher, and just helping our community partners and our families understand that, but also creating a pathway so those parents can voice concerns that they might have in a more appropriate way. That doesn't put all that onus and stress upon the teacher. The teacher's already feeling that stress because they know the student isn't achieving or isn't behaving or isn't whatever that they should be doing either. They recognize that every day, they see that. So they're already feeling that stress, but then to couple that stress with community or parent adding to it, trying to figure out a way to do that. We talked about a PR marketing campaign about teaching. It's kind of some of the other groups sound like they hit on too. How do we promote the great things about being a teacher and our culture and the community and the school? We also talked about strategic business partnerships that would allow us to hire a teacher but promote other businesses for spouses. So, hey, come be a teacher in our school. You can go work at the Bobcat plant, your spouse can, or something of that nature, so we can build that capacity within our community instead of our spouses getting a job and then, oh, by the way, my wife or my husband is a teacher too. Trying to reverse that narrative. Come be a teacher here and we have a job for your spouse. So trying to build some of those partnerships as well. We talked a little bit about how higher ed could impact education in our communities by maybe facilitating some parent groups, some educator groups to help work on some of that retention and building community relations as being an outside source perceived as a mediator, if you will, in some of those conversations. We too touched on the CTA pathway for teaching, as we support that as well, as it sounds like the other groups did as well. A couple questions that we had. Further explore that data for the exiting educators. I think Superintendent-elect and I kind of were same, like that top number on that chart, not questioning the data. It just felt big. It did, and I think Superintendent-elect asked the question about, did that include subs? And I was kind of, well, does that include people from other states? Like, it just felt like that. And maybe that is the number and we just live with it, but it still felt big. So we'd like to see a little bit better breakdown of that data to understand that a little bit more in context, I think. You guys touched on evaluation of what our recommendations are. We kind of took a step back from that and said, what's the definition of retention? Is retention just getting a teacher for 1 more year? Did we retain them? Yeah, we did 1 more year. Is it 4 more years? What really is our defining nature of retaining a teacher? What would that mean? That's success. If I get a teacher for 1 more year, that's success for me for 1 more year. But yes, we recognize the long picture too of people staying in it as a career. But really, truly though, in this societal times, how many people are staying in a singular position in a job for 30 years, 25 years? You know, what is a reasonable expectation of retention? For, you know, to the other group's points, evaluation purposes, but also to help us define what retention looks like with amongst ourselves, so then we can really target maybe those specific strategies towards what we're looking for.
You know, I really love that. And it makes me think, like, if our definition was retention is 10 years. So if we said we're gonna retain teachers for 10 years, regardless of where it's at, 10 years is the magic number. You know, I wonder what it would look like to run a model for that, and what would our birth rate need to be in order to sustain something like that? You know, I was at a meeting, and this is for all jobs in North Dakota, but somebody threw out from the Fargo area that currently the birth rate in North Dakota is something like 1.8, and the job rate birth rate is supposed to be 2.1. And he said, you're 0.3 people away. That's per person in the state. Like, that's a big number. We're gonna have to think about bringing people in from out of state or have more babies, one of the two. Dylan Williams said about 15 years, North Dakota, you guys are in rough shape because you're not having enough babies. So start doing your part. But wow. But yeah, John, I think that definition is really important. Like, what do we mean by retention? Is it a number of years? Is it a percentage of staff, or is it a percentage of openings? Is it for the whole state? Is it per building? I think that's really important for us to figure out. Yeah.
Do we have any other comments or questions about any of the items that were raised during the group share out? No? Okay. Well, thank you all so much for joining us today. This has truly been incredible to be here and hear all these amazing discussions and all of the great work that's happening in North Dakota. Katie passed out an evaluation form at your seats. If you could please take a few moments and fill out that evaluation form for us. We do use your evaluation forms and any comments that you make to make program changes and make updates to the program so that we're best meeting your needs as a task force. So please be sure to fill that out so we know where we have room for improvement or areas that you found to be particularly helpful during our meeting today. And we really appreciate you being here and look forward to your next meeting. And with that, I will hand it over to Luke and Maria.
So I am going to give everyone 3 minutes to do their evaluation to make sure that they all get done, and then I'm going to close out the meeting.
And when you finish up with your evaluation, if you can just leave it at your seat, Katie and I will pick those up.
Okay, thanks for, oh, there's still a few writers going. Okay, so just as a reminder, if you can take off your name tags and leave those, since they're like $14 name tags. Those are fancy. Also, if you leave your evaluation, the note takers, please leave those notes from the session so that they have all of those. Also, Amber will be passing out reimbursement here momentarily. If you don't get yours, just head to Amber. She's the new person in the room. If you don't know who that is. But thank you, everyone, for another productive meeting. Clearly some passion in this area. I hope that everyone felt like they got a chance to be heard, but also to say what they need to say. Because if we can't do it in this task force, then it's not going to get done at any time. So if you have not yet had a chance to really speak your mind and to ensure that everyone knows it, make sure you plan it, write it, and say it at our next meeting. Because if we don't do it, it won't happen. We got a chance to hear, and I'd like to thank all of the experts that joined us to share expertise, to share wisdom, to share strategies for innovation. I would like to extend my gratitude to each of you for dedication, not just during this time, but also putting in thought and time and energy outside of these meetings. That's very intentional work on your part, and I appreciate that greatly because 4 meetings isn't enough time to get all this done. The Hunt Institute is going to be following up with you over the next 2 weeks with key takeaway documents that will summarize some of the key themes from the presentations today. So it will also include information for all of our experts that you heard from. Like I said, Amber has the reimbursement information, so we can grab that. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to the Hunt Institute or to everyone's best friend, Maria. But last point, June 4th is our next meeting, not June 3rd. June 3rd was in the slides. So if you don't put that down now and you look at the slides later, it's June 4th, not June 3rd. But thank you all for traveling, for time, for attention, and for clear passion for this work. Got to hear a lot of really important questions. And at our next one, we're going to get to hear some really important thoughts about compensation and contracting and all of those good things. So thank you, and we'll see you next time.